Hey guys. Be starting up here real soon. Sorry for the wait, getting food and everything ready. Welcome to those people kind of trickling in at the moment.
Wow, it's 19.
Let's see. Yeah, it would be 24. 24 minus 7 is 17. So
Hey,
17,
guys.
18. Hey, buddy.
Okay.
So we're debating on a couple things. Everybody's character is pretty much done, Charlie.
Okay.
What you need to do for yours, is because we're using the very. Oh, look, you already did that. Cool. You already put the -1s on your character sheet.
Yeah, should have been. I think
The
really it was just like
the
equipment and stuff.
yeah, the only other thing you need to do is any skill you're untrained in, give it a -2. That is the variant for that as well. If you're untrained in a skill, you get a -2 when trying to use it. Look at that. Fucking solid. Already ahead of your fucking game. I like it.
I'm trying.
The other thing we were discussing, and I would like your input on it because it's one of the variant rules, and it kind of dictates how things are going to go, because I want to get rid of the stat sticks. You may have played enough MMOs and video games to know stat sticks are just stat sticks so you can stay relevant.
Yeah.
And that's your +1 to hit, +1 AC, extra damage dice, and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Not a fan of stat sticks. So that's why I wanted to go with the automatic bonus progression, which is on 196 of the Dungeon Master Guide. With that right there, each level you acquire on that table, you unlock basically what those magical items would do, because it becomes a permanent part of your character progression. Another option is literally tie the fundamental quote unquote stat blocks to crafting. So an expert, for example, could make a expert weapon. It would give it a +1 item bonus. It would not do anything to its damage dice, and you have to be level 2 to craft it. And it would allow you to have 1 property rune on it. An expert can also create a devastating expert weapon that gives you +1 item bonus, increases the damage dice. So, like if you're using a great sword, you would roll 2d10 instead of 1d10, and you get your property rune. Same thing goes with armor. And then skill increase items, you can craft them as well. Like an expert can expert crafter level 3 can create an item to give you +1 in a skill.
Okay.
Which one do you, and you can look at it again, it's on page 196 and 197 of the PDF of the Game Master Guide. Which one do you think would be more fitting and just overall fun? I personally like the crafting instead of just the automatic character progression, because it's still you still have to acquire something, but it's not as bad.
I'd have to agree with you with the crafting, and that's just because when it comes to like MMOs and what I want in a game.
Yeah.
I'd love having everything matter, and in most even in MMOs and most tabletop RPGs, crafting does not fucking matter.
Right.
So anything to make that matter, I am completely for.
So basically, then it doesn't matter which way we use, and it looks like we're going to go with the crafting route. All fundamental rooms are not in the game. Only property rooms. Those are the things that add like fire damage to your attack or let you go invisible, yada, yada, yada. Various things like that. Instead of +1 armor, +1 to your saving throws, +1 to hit, because that's all tied into crafting instead.
Okay.
So if you want to buy a expert devastating sword or whatever weapon you're using, you would add 100 gold plus the cost of the item. So, but that gives you a +1 sword that deals 2 dice worth of damage instead of just 1.
Okay.
Like Bridget, she got a devastating composite longbow. It's +1. Instead of doing D8 point of damage, it does 2d8 points of damage, and she can have a property rune on it, which she took the shock rune, which is actually really nice.
Okay.
The other thing we were discussing is because we're using bounded accuracy, do we want to lower the crit threshold from succeeding by 10 or more, failing by 10 or more, to succeeding or failing by 5 or more?
What's the thought process of having to need to lower it?
So if you do not lower it because you're not adding your level to the rolls, your chance to crit drastically decreases. So like for this example right here, Josh has a +7 to hit, right? And he and y'all are fighting a level 3 mob that has 19 AC. The only way he can crit against it is rolling a natural 20. Because there's no way for him to succeed it by 10. However, he can critically fail on a 2 or 1. Now, if you use the variant of lowering the scale, he could roll a 17, 18, 19, or 20 to crit. But that also means he can critically fail a little higher as well. If he rolls a 7 or lower, that's a critical failure. So it's kind of like the trade-off there, and it's not always going to be like that. Like if you're fighting a level 1 riding horse, for whatever reason, that riding horse does not like you and it wants to fucking stomp your skull in. It has an AC of 15.
I think I'm actually a fan of not lowering it. I guess I find that in most, well, I find that in D&D that crits happen a little, I wouldn't say too often in my taste, but it seems a little, to my taste, I think it happens a little too often.
Okay. Just realize though, if it isn't. Okay, sorry.
You said that right now, if we win against like a level 3 mob
with 19 AC, not all of them have 19 AC. That was the one I was just literally working on that has 19 AC.
But that is us at basically level 1 up against like a level 3 mob.
Which at level 3, when you're level 3, that's not really going to change that much because you're not adding your level to the rolls. In fact, until you get expert in your melee skill, it's still roughly going to be about the same. It will actually be the same. So even if you're level 3, unless you have expert in your weapon at that level, it's still going to be the same scenario where it's, this versus that. And if you do not lower it, you're going to critically fail more than you critically succeed. Sometimes you may critically succeed more than you have a chance of critically failing, like you're fighting that riding horse that has 15 AC. For Josh, what do you have to roll to critically fail on that, Josh, for an AC of 15?
A 15?
Yeah, don't you have to roll literally a natural 1?
No, it's 3 or lower, I think it is. With a 5?
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
for 10, the 10 range.
Oh, I'd have to roll natural 1.
Yeah, I'd have to roll a natural 1, but he would crit on 18, 19, and 20. So it is, in some scenarios you're going to crit or you're going to critically fail more than you would critically succeed, and vice versa. So it takes away some of the elements of the game for like spells. A lot of spells, if you succeed, you take, a portion of the damage. If you fail, or sorry, if you fail, you only take a portion of the damage. And for them to really get the major effects of spells is through critical failures of them, critically failing against your spell DC.
Mm-hmm.
Or to get a critical, or for your spells, an attack spell, for it to really get its, best abilities, is to be able to critically succeed. Same with like weapons, because once your class starts giving you like a fighter, you're playing a fighter that's multi-classing into a mage, and you have the alchemist class or crafting skill.
Mm-hmm.
So like for when you're as a fighter, as you're leveling up, you gain access more frequently to critical effects of your weapon. Like one of or Bridget's critical effect for her longbow is when she crits with her bow, not only does it do double damage, but it literally pins a target to something, and they have to use an action to try to escape from it.
Okay.
That when you unlock that, you don't have it right now. That's when you get higher level. But like for like slashing weapons, critical strikes cause persistent bleed damage, so forth, so on. So it's just not spells either. When you don't augment it, you are limiting far greater various aspects of your character, be it through weapons, spells, so forth, so on. Now, if we don't lower it, it is going to be a more gritty game, which I don't mind, but I want to give this option to the group as a whole to decide if we want to augment the...
I mean, you know me, I'm level 5 experience fan. I love the gritty game.
So do I.
So
do I. But that's I just wanted to point that out to everybody. Like for example, like the big baddie of the Bestiary one is Tree Razor, which is a level 25 demon. Let me bring him up with bounded accuracy, which again I love. His AC is 29. That he's a level 25 foe.
Yeah.
So if you look at, you got a +5 to hit from your attribute.
Mm-hmm.
You have +8 from your weapon for a fighter. That's 13. And if you got a +3 weapon, that's 16. All right. So to critically hit him, I think you have to roll a natural 20 no matter what. Yeah, you'd have to roll a natural 20 to crit him no matter what. Bad example. Well, you can get your attributes up higher than 5, but I was using that as a reference there. You got a +16 if you rolled a 10. That would be 26. If you rolled 13, that would be 29. So yeah, the only way you could crit him is on a natural 20. If you use the variant of scaling the crit range down, you could crit him on why is my math not 18, 19, or 20.
Okay.
And again, that's an in-game boss with, best gear kind of thing, high attributes.
So, would it still be about the same as if we were basically a match level with that end boss that it is basically with us versus that level 3 one that you were using as an example.
Well, let's see. That level 3 would have an AC of 22, and you would have a Josh would have a plus 10 to hit. So, God, I'm tired trying to do math. If he rolled a 10, he would meet his AC. No, he'd have to roll 12. Dear God.
You're on a computer. You can just use a calculator.
Well, one of these people can help me too.
I don't know what you're all these checks. You're not speaking. You're just this and that.
Shh. Oh, fuck. Alright, he'd have to roll fucking 12 to hit him.
You sure?
No, I'm not. I'm not sure. I'm done. I'm not even trying to figure it out. Ultimately, the numbers are a little different. It's gonna put it in line with the base assumption. Not perfectly, but it would put it more in line with the core rule of succeeding on 10 or critical on 10 or more, or 10 or less.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it does become far grittier, which I'm okay with. I just want to make sure players are content with it being that gritty.
Okay. Wait for everyone else's choice, but I'm definitely the fan of the more gritty. But
Fair. Again, we are using. Yeah, you already did the ancestral paragon, right? You chose 2 ancestral feats at level 1 instead of just 1.
yeah, yeah, natural ambition and natural skill.
Yep. And then at level 3, you'll get another one, and every 3 levels after that, you'll get another one. Remember, at level 2, you get a free archetype.
Yep.
And then every even level after that, you get an archetype feat you can spend on it. There are a bunch of really good archetypes in the advanced player guide. Now, I know we originally talked about you multi-classing in a wizard to get that Witcher vibe.
Yeah.
There are some in the advanced player guide that might be a little better for you. I'm looking. Might not actually be better. What is this? Shadow Dancer, what do you do? Eh, that is neat, but I don't see you being a shadow dancer. I mean, you could be if you feel like dancing around the battlefield in shadows.
I mean, if this guy dies and I want to go stabby, I will.
Um, the other one, sorry, which is fitting for you? Our mate or wizard is fitting, or fuck, wizard is fitting for your multi-class to kind of get that Witcher feel. So is witch.
Okay.
Um, sorry, I'm looking at things.
No worries.
Oh yeah, you can learn their hexes and whatnot. I was just making sure if you did multi-class witch, I wasn't putting you down the wrong direction to make your Witcher type character.
Okay.
Um, yeah. Yeah, but so long as we have everything ready next week, we will start this, buddy. Yeah, a good example, like the only way spells generally do double damage is if they critically fail against the spell. And without altering the uh, range at which crits can happen, the likelihood of actually being able to do double damage on a spell is significantly or noticeably less than a melee character.
Hey, Casey. Right now, just kind of going over some basic stuff. Been making some characters and stuff for our next little sessions. We'll be starting the sequel to our old one, our old campaign here, in the next week or so. And it's the new edition. And we'll be doing Pathfinder until the DM has his system done, which probably in another month or so, basically. And then we'll move everything to that. It's not that far off from 5e and stuff. It really isn't.
I love how they do rituals in this game. So much better. Considering anybody can use the rituals.
Yeah.
So long as you are trained in the skill, you can attempt it. I like it. I like it a lot.
So I thought I still needed to do equipment, but looking through, I actually have it still all sorted out.
Right. The only difference is if you want to buy a weapon that's better than a mundane weapon from a crafter.
I have 26
Or
gold pieces
armor.
left, so
Damn, did you not buy any magical weapons or anything?
I might be going kind of old school for this, man.
Fair. Old school.
I also have a lot of my potions and shit. I
Right.
think about the only magical thing I bought was that bag of holding.
Do you have everything in one bag of holding?
Bag of holding, and I have a lot of shit in the bag of holding. Uh, and a bandolier.
Yes, you do. Holy shit. But all your chest and shit are in your bag of holding, right? Chest
Yeah,
one, chest two.
Yeah.
Nice.
Chest 3.
Sadly, your skilled workers can't go in them.
I mean, not for a long period of time.
All right, Charlie. I'm guessing you're choosing to keep your bag of holding, right?
Yes.
And all the items you want to have in the bag of holding are in the bag of holding.
Let me double check, 'cause I'm pretty sure I put my... If I didn't put my formula book in there, I'm going to...
Well, your formula book would be, yeah, just you can. Where is your formula book?
I was seeing if I actually had it in the bag of holding. Oh, it's like...
Yeah, just mark down that you have it in there if you don't.
Yeah. I already put my basic crafter's book in there, so...
Right. Now, here is an honest question for you. While you're on the ship, because when the ship, everything goes down, it's in the middle of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to be waking up who knows how long later. While you're on the ship, active during the day, would you have your armor, weapons, and bandolier on?
Middle of the day.
On a ship. Case of attacks or anything like that, or would your character not wear it? Because it does take time to put your armor and stuff on. Takes like a good 5 minutes to put heavy armor on and stuff.
Mm-hmm. And that was splint mail.
And your glaive.
Yeah. I would say I couldn't put a reason to be like he's always ready and he has a split mill on 24/7. But I would see him carrying still having the bandolier on with his vials and stuff and his glaive with him.
Okay, so your split mail would be in your bag of holding.
Yeah.
Alright, so I need you to go ahead and roll a d20. If you roll anything less than a 15, you lose your glaive. If you roll anything less than a 15, you lose your bandolier, so I need 2 rolls. Alright. Wow!
I'm telling you, these dice do not.
Can I choose to give him a bardic inspiration?
No. Alright, so when the game starts, you do not have your glaive or bandolier.
Fuck.
That's why I was asking for honest opinion on your character.
Yep. There's no reason why you would try and shove that shit in the bag of holding or anything. So.
Right, bandolier makes sense. He would just, instinctively put on just in case. And you live in a dangerous world, so most people do, in medieval times, so long as their society let them, they had some kind of weapon on them. Good news is you have your armor.
Well, then I'll start swinging that around then.
Ah!
I don't know. They have gauntlets on. Those things can hurt.
Yes. Yes, they can.
I'll stick the glove part at the end of the long stick.
I'm not going to say it. It's too easy. There it goes.
Pimp slap my way to victory.
So, yes. Sorry about that, Charlie. But you do have all your chest and shit like that.
Yeah.
You're just missing a weapon and your bandolier. What all did you have in your bandolier? 3 elixirs of life, lesser acid flask, lesser alchemist fire, lesser bottled lightning, lesser antidote, lesser Ow. So we have 2 alchemists in the group, by the way, Charlie.
Yay.
You and Bridget.
Alchemy is fun.
Alchemy is fun. Yeah, she is. She actually decided to play a ranger.
Okay.
We actually have a very diverse group. We have you as a human. We have Bridget as a half elf. We have Josh as a goblin. We have Dan as an elf, and we have Rambo that's going to be playing a kobold.
You know, take candle.
We have.
Playing a kobold.
Oh, he said it's switching over. We have a witch, we have a barbarian, we have a ranger, we have a witcher, and we have a sorcerer. Not one fucking healer.
Isn't that how it normally goes?
Albert.
If it
I
makes
hope
you
so.
feel any better, I have medicine.
I think a couple of you took medicine. I know Brit took medicine.
I had healing vials, but those are gone. I at least still have my tools and my book so that I can make more, maybe.
No, I did not buy any new ones yet.
Fuck. I gotta remember what's in the basic crafters. I don't think any type of weapons are in there.
What, the crafter's book?
Yeah, the basic crafters book.
You can make any level 0 item. All weapons in the book in that chapter are level 0.
So, push comes to shove.
Half plate is level 1. So you don't have the formula for that, and full plate is level 1. All other armor is level 0. Which that doesn't matter because you have your splint mail. But all weapons are level 0. And all armor except for half plate and full plate are level 0. And of course, any of the tools and whatnot, so long as it doesn't have a level, which there's only a few, and there's a few general items and whatnot that have a level. If it doesn't state a level, it's all level 0.
Okay. So, hey.
It's actually worth buying that crafting book.
And being a crafter.
Yeah, no, we have at least 3 crafters. Josh, did you take crafting?
I have the skill. I don't have anything else into it.
The point is, you can repair your shit if you need to. And you can make some... Did you buy a crafter's book?
I haven't yet, but I'm looking into it.
Okay.
Because I still have like 100 and something gold.
I also have repair kits and superb repair kits.
And of course, again, you will be able to find your workers. They're not going to be there starting out.
Okay.
Just like Dan's entourage of elite Anolian soldiers that guards his character. Any NPCs, and like Josh, he went on this ship to rescue, because you all are traveling on a slave ship. merchant slash slave ship. You all went on that ship under disguise and whatnot because magic is acting haywire, and pertinent information about the mother of monsters and so forth, so on. So trying to go incognito. And with major players busy and whatnot, you're kind of having to take these precautions. Drake has turned to stone. Gideon is dealing with family drama, his dad starting a war and whatnot. As of right now, it's recommended for Xandric not to use his planeswalking abilities because of the nature of how magic is chaotic at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Him using his planeswalker abilities can be devastating, so only use it as a worst case scenario kind of thing, because you don't know how that's going to.
So I do let you know what else is not in the bag is I only have one of each of my chests in my bag.
Oh yeah.
So I need to roll on the other ones. It's only 12 rolls.
Wait, so you got one of each in there.
Yeah.
And you got 3 chests, so that's 9 rolls you got to do. Or
I have one of each chest in there, and I have 4 of each.
Okay, yeah, that's 12. All right, get the rolling, buddy. Let's do the first 4 rolls for chest 1. Nope. Hey, that one right there will keep you a second. So far you have 2. You have 3 chest 1s. All right, chest 2. You got 3 chests of your chest 2.
All right, give me a second. Let me 3 on 4. And 3 on 1, 3 on 2. Hey, I'm doing good so far.
Not 43.
43. Here we go. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down.
3 gone! At least that was just your tailoring supplies.
Yeah, it's just that my workers don't have a tent.
Well, they're scattered across the island right now, running from T-Rexes, Raptors, and Godzilla.
So they don't have their clothes. They don't have their tailoring artisan tools. They don't have their 4-person tents, and they don't have their water skins. And thank you, James, for the follow. Don't worry, they're good.
Hey, you have 6 chests remaining. And you have 1 4-person tent in your bag of holding in chest number 3.
Yeah, that's my 4-person tent. Thank you for pointing it out.
It's cold. Can we come? No, it's mine.
It's mine.
Oh, shit.
Oh, God, that's funny.
But, I mean, good news is you did keep some of it.
Yeah.
And what you spent your crap on is definitely good.
Can you give me a couple blank things for notes?
Sure can.
Oh, I take it this is pretty much it for tonight then.
Yeah, Dan had to go, and Rambo's doing Rambo stuff.
Okay.
There you go.
It's not my fault you chose a weird ass name that I'm not gonna ever call you by.
It says Bree.
Yeah, I wasn't seeing that. I kind of feel bad that you didn't get to keep your weapon.
Well, you think that makes things a lot harder for me, but little do you know that I have people to fight for me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You have Dan, who is literally a glass cannon. He has a 6 constitution. Josh is a tank.
Yeah,
Bree has 18 health, I think. How much health do you have, Josh?
I have 24.
24. So
Damn.
yeah.
I
Bree
also
does.
have, physics defying, large greatsword too. So
Yeah, he decided to go giant barbarian. That
Yeah.
means if you are
As a goblin.
small, yeah, if you are a small or medium creature, you can wield a large weapon. Not just a great sword or anything like that, but a large great sword.
Ah.
His weapon weighs like 3 times as much as he does. And probably you can probably like stack like 5 of them, like 5 of his characters on top of each other to get to the top of it.
I think I actually did the math a while ago. I don't remember, but I think a normal greatsword is only like 4 or 5 feet long.
Yeah, it's like 4 or 5 feet long. So large
A large
greatsword is
one would
about
be
8
about-
to 9.
Yeah,
And your character, how tall is your character?
I think because he was a slightly different style of goblin, I think he was like close to 4 feet.
So you could stack like 2 of you. So it's like twice the size of you.
Yep.
Well, at least I can remake my glaive, as long as we have the materials for it.
Yeah, and once you get to expert crafting, you can make devastating weapons and whatnot.
Let's see, what is my crafting is just trained right now. Okay.
Yep. And I think at level 3 you can bump it up to expert. Oops, excuse me.
Okay, that's not bad.
No. I'll double check here real quick for you.
Yeah.
Oh no, level 2 you get a skill feat. Level 3 you get a skill increase. So yeah, you could bump it up to expert at level 3 if you want it.
Okay. And crafting goes in turn, not with just the crafter's book, but the alchemy stuff too. Correct? Am I remembering
Yeah,
right?
crafting for alchemy as well. It's just the various different types of feat allow you access to craft those things.
Mm-hmm.
So like just crafting can allow you to make general items. Snare crafting allows you to make traps. Alchemy allows you to make alchemical crap, and then magic allows you to make magic items. That is why an alchemist cannot make a healing potion, by the way. They can make elixirs of life, which is a basic healing or is like a healing potion. Also gives you a boost to your saves against a disease or poison for the next 10 minutes. But you cannot make healing potions and like potions of water breathing and whatnot because those are magical.
Okay.
Yeah, found that out.
Does the magical stuff come with Arcana, or
No, it's still craft.
is still crafting? Okay.
Certain magical items you're creating do require a spell to be cast while creating it. That doesn't mean you have to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You just need a spell. Um, wow, mine went blank. You just need the spell to be cast in the forging process.
Okay.
Can I throw a sickle in order to attempt to trip someone?
It'd be an improvised attack to throw a non-thrown weapon. So you can do it, it's just not going to be as effective. And you get definitely some fucking good shit. That's for sure.
And next Friday and Saturday I'm off, so we'll be able to
Cool.
start and stuff. And when I do work on Fridays, I've put it on my thing that I'm off by 5, so it should be a constant thing.
Okay. Oh, power attack's nice.
Mm-hmm. I also really like the sudden charge.
Oh yeah, sudden charge is nice.
Yep, it is.
Move twice, attack. Yeah, I like. I really like what they have done with this. Again, there were some really cool things that they tried to implement in 4th edition.
Mm-hmm.
They just failed horribly at it.
Yes.
This took the best parts of 3rd edition, 4th edition, and 5th edition and put it together.
Yeah.
Like how characters progress is exactly like 4th edition. This is how 4th edition progression should have been handled. It is the exact same way, just better implemented, and each choice actually matters. It's just, yeah, I can't. I'm excited. Okay, Davy Crockett.
Well, with that kind of the way, since I have my son and stuff, I'll probably dip out here and play with him and
Yeah.
stuff for a bit.
Nah, that's cool, man. Yeah, we're pretty much done. Sorry you lost your weapon, but you know, such is the luck of the draw. So, I mean, depending on what people are doing in the prologue, they might not, they might lose shit too, depending on what all they have. Like Josh, he's, you know, his whole thing is about rescuing people. If he's in the middle of rescuing people while this goes on and he has his armor and weapons on, he might very well lose his armor and weapon, while the stuff he keeps in his boat or whatever isn't. So we'll see what happens during the prologue, man. You have a good night, buddy.
You too. I'll see you guys next week.
Later.
Yep.
Later.
Bye.
And all right, guys, give me just a second here. Let me get the music back on for a minute. Oh, Captain. Captain's in the house here tonight, guys. I don't know how late tonight will go on and stuff, guys. We may just kind of check out some Ashes of Creation stuff tonight. I'm actually going to change that stuff since we're not doing the since I just did the stuff for the tabletop. That campaign will start up, looks like, next week. We kind of have everything set there for that. What is it? Hello, Shauna. Hello, kitten. It's been good, man. It's started a new job, retail again, working in Walmart electronics. So there's that. But the only reason I kind of went with that is they were kind of willing to work around my schedule and stuff. So it's been getting used to that schedule again. Is kind of why I've been silent a little bit. I'm just kind of focusing on that for a minute. But I still have my days where I'll be on here streaming and stuff. Alright, we're gonna update that to Ashes of Creation and everything. Yep. Let's say first off, let's go to the wiki, guys. We want to kind of give our own little take on what's going on here. There's a little kind of something going on with the green screen. Let me kind of fix this stuff for you guys here. Should be fine there now. Thank you, Captain. I just had to put in the work search orders finally and stuff with unemployment, and they kind of called it, and everything just kind of lined up there. It was at that point, if they didn't line up, I wasn't gonna do the job or anything. And I don't really like retail, but it's electronics, so it's kind of it's retail that I can kind of get behind and not entirely hate my job. Alright, so we're gonna kind of go through a little bit on this that I kind of wanted to go on about here, because I hadn't seen any like brand new stuff on Ashes of Creation yet. But we'll kind of... That's just the Ashes of Creation Wiki. Let's go into those races, classes. We do know they're doing the traditional trinity on the classes, doing from tank, DPS, and then the support and healer roles. So, let's get straight on into the classes and stuff, because they should have... Oh, here it is! Where you choose your primary class out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, tank. Tank's job is to control a fight, help the party mitigate incoming damage, and to detect who's getting hit. They are a tank. Who would have thought? Summoner. What do they have on here? The summoner is never alone. 2 hands are good, but in the summoner's opinion, 4 hands are always better. With the right tool for every job. So, if I'm gonna do that, let's go through each of them. Let's go ahead and click on tank. Let's go straight to the tank page here. Evasion tanks. What? Am I gonna have like a rogue tank here? What? Night shield. I have a rogue tank. Control tanks, shield tanks. It has a progression paths. Then these paths are grand traditional paths, augmenting your threat generation. So they'll have the threat generation stuff for the PvE. Okay. This could be in the form of enhancements and stats, and even the form of augments granted from society's religions, gear, and skill choice are also a big component. All classes with tank as the primary archetype will be viable for tanking upper end raids. Once again, all classes with the tank as primary. Hey, Double Dog, how's it going, man? Thank you for the follow. We're just kind of going in here. I haven't seen any new Ashes Creation videos. I'll give kind of looky here a little bit later. But I was kind of going through the wiki and stuff real quick, especially on the classes and stuff. Giving my general idea on everything. And I was liking this sentence right here. All classes with tank as the primary archetype will be viable for taking upper end raids. You will need a tank more or less depending on what's happening in the environment. Certainly in dungeons you will need a tank. I don't picture us creating any encounters that wouldn't need that sort of control. Now, we're just not focused on aggro in terms of control and managing mobs. It's not just about mitigating damage, although that's a part of the sort of calculus there. But it's also about making sure that the mobs are doing what you want them to do. Oh, launch, man, this is like, they haven't done Alpha 1 yet. I paid in Alpha 1. We will be doing Alpha 1 as soon as they announce Alpha 1 test. This stuff, right now, they have such a direction of where they want to go pre-alpha. This is pre-alpha, so we're looking at probably another year or two. But because I've gotten in on this early, and I've done my research on this, poured some great feedback on my end to a lot of the developers. This might end up. I want this to be a good game, but this, unless Shadowlands in World of Warcraft does something totally amazing and sucks me in, once this releases, or once this goes through alpha and beta, this is going to be what I play. This is what I be playing and show you guys and show how this game's evolving and everything. That's just how it is right now. So once again, on your tanks, there's technically 8 different tank classes. And crap. Before we go, yeah, dude, I am so ready for this game. As soon as the alpha tests actually start and everything, you will see it on this channel. I promise you that. Tanks will not be forced to have a shield, but it will definitely be a viable option. So let's go through the rest of this on the tank stuff, which doesn't seem too much. I'll go through some of the skills and stuff, and then we'll go into like the actual like subclasses in the tank role. Absorb bubble absorbs a fixed amount of damage, then does that damage to nearby targets upon expiration. So that sounds like Molten Shell in like PoE, where it has a fixed amount where it absorbs, and then once it past that, it does its like explosion damage to everything around you. And it says rank 2 increases the duration of this book. Rank 3 adds thorn damage while absorb is active. Okay, that sounds basic explanatory there. That's cool. Block passive. And increases your block percentage by X. I'm going to say that's X%. Further increases block. Chance to deal weapon damage on a successful block. So think of like in most tabletop RPGs, especially those that use shields well, that's not D&D, have a chance to where if you block, then attack. So we'll see what happens there. Bulwark. Strikes your target and increases your block chance. Generates additional threat. So threat generator increases your chance to block. Rank 2 is increased damage, increased duration, increased block chance. Rank 3 is further increased in all those. Cover. And I like that they have icons to most of this too. I cannot wait for this. Target a friendly player to absorb 50% of their incoming damage for 6 seconds. Alright. Rank 2 increases the damage that's redirected. So you absorb more than 50%. Gives the target damage reduction buff for the duration. The damage reduction applies to both the tank and the ally. Alright. I wonder if this breaks. I think, since it's not saying it's an AoE, I think this, what they're doing here is just breaks on for you. It just says crowd control break. Breaks non-animated knockdown crowd control effects such as root, snare, and stun. Rank 2 increases resistance to crowd control effects, and rank 3 gain focus for each CC effect that is cleared through this use. I'm guessing of that skill. And sorry guys, just a little bit of hiccups there. kind of checking in on my son and stuff. He's behind me, past the green screen, sitting on the couch. So, hatred. Huh. There's not given a much explanation of hate here. Single target that adds hate. Add a forced target lock. Add hate over time per tick. Huh. Alright. Heavy armor passive. Increases armor given by heavy armor. Further increased armor given. Each piece of armor added gives health percentage bonus to the tank. Okay. Making your tank tanky. Who would have thought? Javelin. Oh, that's the scorpion. Get over here. Pulls your target to your location. Generates additional threat. Increased damage now pulls up to 3 targets. Increased damage now pulls up to 5 targets. Stuns targets on rank 3. Alright. Lacerate. Slashes your target, dealing instant damage, and bleeds the target over time. Additional threat generator there. Increased damage to the target that's bleeding for previous lacerate. Explode remaining bleed damage as instant damage. And then last one, increased damage. Lob weapon. Throws your weapon at the target, dealing damage, generates additional threat. So, range threat generator. Increased damage, you can bounce up the additional targets, bounce up the more additional targets. When the weapon reaches its final target, it explodes to deal extra damage. Longsword combo. Target an enemy and use your longsword shield to strike with multiple blows, dealing damage and powering up your focus with this weapon. The ultimate skill is a very powerful used when enough focus has been accumulated. Okay. Myrmidon's Fury. Strikes your target, increases your damage mitigation. Generates additional threat. Increased damage. Increased duration. Increased mitigation. Increased damage. Increased duration. Increased mitigation. Onslaught. Charge your target. Sorry, guys. So that's the charge. Gives you a small absorb shield and generates additional threat. Increased damage, increased shielding, knocks target down. So you get a knockdown with that charge path. Level 3, it knocks targets up along the charge path. Okay. Perception. Alright. That's cool. Basically like the passive human perception in WoW, but this is a skill. They go more like demoralizing shout, I believe, is the one that warriors can do in WoW. That they do it randomly so that they can get people out of stealth. Resounding Smash. Smashes the ground in front of you, dealing damage to all targets. A second hit resounds on the primary target. Generates additional threat. Increased damage on the other 2 ranks. Righteous Fury. This is the tank's ultimate ability. When your focus has reached 80%, to launch spears at all targets within your forward arc, dealing damage and pulling them towards you. pulls targets in a cone to the caster and does damage. Adds target lock and hate. All targets pulled now target lock the tank and their hate is increased. Rank 3 increases this to a 360-degree arc all around you. That is awesome. Alright, I see what they're doing with the tank. That's pretty cool. Shield might, shingle target knockdown, or stun. Like it's a shield bash or shield knockdown. Then that changes. Rank 2, it changes to a frontal cone attack. Increases the block chance for the duration after success. Duration of block chance increases based on the number of targets hit. So you can hit multiple targets with that. Alright. Shield throw. So you can Captain America your shield. Shockwave. Stomps the ground in front of you, knocking down and dealing damage to all targets. Generates additional threat. Now, I still have to do some research on this. So there is a rumor that this game is not going to have auto attacks. Increased damage now deals damage over time in the affected area. And then increased damage, increased radius effect. Okay. Provides increasing mitigation. Ultimate defense. Okay. Provides increasing mitigation based on missing health. Up to full invulnerability. And reduces movement speed while active. Okay. Increases duration at rank 2. Rank 3 increases duration. And now applies large mitigation increase to nearby group members. Awesome. So siege abilities. The class's 8 players of the same primary archetype can band together to create monumental effects during a siege. These are the types of systems that we want to put in place for groups of a single primary archetype can come together to summon these types of effects that play off of what the identity of the archetype is. If 8 tank archetypes each use one of their summon wall abilities, it might construct a larger wall that can evade 2 raids in a moment, and would require damage and block skills and abilities for a momentary lapse of battle between the 2 raids. Okay. And that is literally just your basic tank. So let's see what the Argent has. So they don't have anything down for the what the bard augments are for this yet. We're just gonna go down the list. Oh, here we have the summoner augments. Classes with a summoner secondary may grant augmented skills that summon weapons. These summon weapons are not able to be equipped. The word equip only applies to items. There are currently no plans to include summoning items into a player's inventory or character slots. It may, however, be possible to change the appearance and damage type data of a weapon through the use of a spell. Sorry, guys. Alright. So a knight is a tank and a fighter. None of the augments are there. Knight Shield, which is a tank and a rogue. None of the augments are there. Paladin is tank and cleric. Here we are. Here's some more arguments. Classes with cleric as a secondary archetype are able to choose between life or death augments. Choosing life augments will provide the ability to provide self-healing benefits as well as limited life-giving benefits to other players. Some cleric augments applied to certain skills will indirectly provide the ability to heal others. These will not replace the need for a cleric archetype. So think of adding all those mitigations that you were doing to your party, add like a healing to that. Or take away the mitigation and do direct healing. Cleric augments will radically change the type of summons available from the summoner primary archetype. So if you do summoner cleric, I assume it will be since you choose between life or death, either death being like zombie skeletons undead or life being like angels and shit like that. Okay. Spell shield, tank and mage. See what's going on here. Mage augments. Mages will offer 4 elemental schools of augmentation, such as teleportation, fire, frost, and lightning. Say, for instance, I am a ranger that has a charge bolt ability as my primary active skill, and I've chosen mage as my secondary, and applied the elemental to it. Now I have a frost charge bolt, and if I fire that frost bolt and hit a target, they may be freezing for a period of time as a debuff that might slow their speed. If a wizard applies a nuke on a target, and that nuke is a frost-based nuke, those 2 stacking elements might even further snare, slow the target, or paralyze and freeze the target. So there are combination out effects. Okay, so that's saying that if a ranger has a free skill and a mage has a free skill, and I freeze a target and then that mage targets that same target with a freeze spell as well, that our freezes aren't separate, they will combine, and those effects will build up. That's awesome. That's a lot of different that's building combat up, just making that combat more involved combat. There's going to be there's going to be 4 schools of augmentation for each archetype on the mage. One of the schools for the mage is the teleport school, where you can take that teleport augment applied to your charge skill. Now instead of charging X distance over time, you're going to immediately teleport to the target, dealing X damage and a condition modifier. If you were to apply the elemental school to your class ability, then instead you would charge X distance upon reaching the target. You would set the target ablaze if it's fire, or you would electrocute him if it was lightning. That makes sense. And a warden is a tank and a ranger. I wonder how they're gonna make that work. Ranger augments they do not have down yet. Alright guys, that is the tanks. really love the artwork. Can I just say that? The artwork in this just looks good. For pre-alpha, I mean, come on, guys. Thank you. I like that character screen. That's actually pretty cool. Alright guys, that's gonna go straight to Summoner here. Let's talk about the Summoner stuff. Summoners can shift their roles easily to fill gaps in a group's composition. We have your primary being the Summoner. Now, if you take Ranger, you're a Beastmaster. Tank, Brood Warden. Summoner, you're a Conjurer. A Bard and Summoner, you're an Enchanter. Cleric and Summoner, you're a Necromancer. Rogue and Summoner, Shadowmancer. Mage and Summoner, Spellmancer. Fighter and Summoner, Wildblade. The Summoner uses many abilities to channel through their summon. The Summoner is essentially playing through their summon. Summoners can summon up to 3 summons. Abilities from the summon appear on the Summoner's hotbar. Summoner has control over their summon. Summoners can summon tank, DPS, or support minions. Summons will exist until another summon is cast, the summon is killed, or the summoner logs off. That is good. I like that. Summoners will not likely be able to fuse with their summons. Summoners can be leveled through the application of skill points to their active skill. Or summons can be leveled. Okay. Summons will be able to use crowd control. Huh. Alright. You gain your summons from your summoner class as an active skill, and then skills can be further developed with points. Summoners summon different summons depending on the class and augments they choose. Animals, spirits, zombies, skeletons, and undead creatures, corpses. Some summoners may summon multiple things. Other summoners may only summon one powerful thing. Certain summoners may only be able to summon effects or temporary energies. Augments from a secondary archetype can be applied to a summon. For example, if your summon had a sweeping attack with a claw, or had the ability to take a bite out of an opponent or rush an opponent, and you took teleportation, you could rush them similar to how I give an example with the tank, the teleportation instead of the charge. Or its claws could combust on impact, dealing some burn damage. Or let's say your summon traditionally was some type of bear or bear cat. You could apply an elemental augment and now it could be a transparent flaming bioluminescent cat. And its damage would be fire based. So that's how we want to influence the active skills with how augments apply, and that's how it would apply with summoners. Alright. Hey, yeah, how's it going, guys? Just kind of going through Ashes of Creation right now. So this is the same thing as before. is how they're going to different groups of summoners would react in a siege. Summoners can collaborate to summon larger summons, such as golems. A siege summon will have an incremental size based on the number of summoners participating in that summon activity, with a maximum of 8. The number of summoners participating in the summon will determine its overall size. All summoners must be in the same party, and the party leader must be a summoner. The party leader initiates the summon and then takes control of it. Once summoned, the party leader cannot be changed. If the party disbands, the summon ends. There will be a grace period to handle disconnects. The party may also contain non-summoners. It doesn't have to be just summoners, but it has to be a party led by a summoner with other summoners in it. A summon's appearance is determined by in-game choices. Class-specific appearances, for example, the summoner rogue Shadowmancer may have shadow summons. And possible race-specific appearances. So your dwarf summoners will be different from your human summoners, which are different from your elf summoners. Summoners can change the appearance of their minions through in-game items, through cosmetics that will be offered, potentially through a summon creation suite based on the animal husbandry system. Okay. So let's see what they have as far as their augments go for this. We'll start with the Beastmaster. See if they have any of their augments down. If any of this is all of the other stuff I've already gone through. Alright, none there. Now is Summoner Ranger, which would be the Beastmaster. Now, Brood Warden is Summoner and Tank. Let's see what the augments would be. Now, these are only if Summoner's your primary. Ah, here you go. It's nothing there. No worries, man. Right now, beta's even like not even talked about at the moment. This is pre-alpha, man. Like this is. They've got this much stuff done, like, pre-alpha right now. We haven't even had alpha 1 testing yet. I'm still waiting on that. But as soon as that happens, everyone here will know. It will be streamed. Because no MDA. Literally can stream everything about the alpha. That's how transparent they want to be. Trying to see on here, not saying anything on the Bard augments yet. I just gotta check in on here, just seeing if there's anything new here. And I wanted to kind of go over a lot of the class stuff. We went over the tank before and everything, and they had like a lot of their skills already built through and stuff. So. So Just kind of going through Shadowmancer. Spellmancer. Let's see what's anything on here. And it goes over the same mage augments we read before. And everything else there. Wild Blade, Summoner and Fighter. Nothing put down there yet that we haven't already gone through. Alright guys, that was all the Summoner classes. So now we're gonna go to Rogue. Rogue, I am really excited for. Ooh. We have a little bit of pre-alpha.
Diving into creating Intrepid Studios and bringing Ashes of Creation to life with this awesome team here, I knew from the get-go that this was going to be a franchise. I knew that this IP we were creating with Ashes of Creation is going to be revealed in many different ways and have a lot of different components that people can just eat up.
Yeah.
And I want to do that with a lot of different aspects, not just Ashes of Creation. But it's important to note, Ashes of Creation is the flagship, the dedicated, get this right, this is what we're bringing to market to represent the story that will have a greater franchise, and you're going to see an amazing MMORPG.
That was a look at the Predator, which is the Rogue primary and then Ranger secondary. All classes are capable adventurers, but rogues excel at delving the deepest dungeons and finding the most hidden treasures. Rogues will have utility skills that enable them to discover hidden doors, traps, and additional treasures. These will be randomly spawned throughout different times of the day to ensure that encounters are not the same each time. If you're in a party and you have a rogue that's available, they'll be able to use that utility skill to discover these random doors that might exist in a dungeon. Now, the way we make it so that it's not essentially the same door every time, and it's just a first time thing every time thereafter, you know where that door's at, is these locations are randomly spawned throughout different times of the day, so they'll change essentially as you go into dungeons at different times. So it'll be important and relevant for parties to make sure that they have a diversity of archetypes available to them, and in particular for the rogues case, because they can find those hidden type doors and then have access to different types of loot tables based off of that. Now, here's what I like and the skill part in rogues. Stealth. This does not render the player completely invisible. I liked WoW rogues when full invisibility wasn't a thing. So instead, there will be an indicator that can help players feel out where stealth individuals may be. There will not be a theft or stealing, pockpicking mechanic in Ashes of Creation in regards to living players. The Rogue archetype is scheduled for release in Phase 2 of Alpha 1. All right. So let's keep going in through here, guys. Let me go ahead and let's back up here. Here we are. Let's start off with the assassin here. All classes are capable adventurers, but rogues. I have said that. None of the augments are there yet. How about charlatan, which is a rogue and a bard? Same thing there right now. How about a rogue and a cleric? Nothing yet there. Duelist is a rogue and a fighter. Nothing there yet. Night spell, which is a rogue and a mage. That goes off about the 4 elemental schools that a mage for argumentation. This is what I'm looking for, the predator, which is the rogue and ranger. Let's take a look at some of this. Is this Assassin's Creed gameplay right here? What's going on? Are you telling me that I can climb up buildings and stuff? I just really like the look of like that other cloak and the quiver. That looks good. I'm going through some stuff. What? It's a game I'm just looking at.
Are we good now with audio? Okay, audio check. Stream's good with audio? Yeah, Jennifer?
All right, cool.
All right.
3 minutes.
So I'm
50
sorry, let me
seconds
start
here.
again. What we're showing here is our in-game environment right now. Tristan's on a rogue, I believe. Yes, he's on a rogue.
He's on a rogue.
He's going to be moving through what our freehold system, basically. So our freehold system acts as player housing that's on a plot. And these plots can be laid out in the open world when a node develops to stage 3 or above. And at the stage 3 or above level, nodes have a zone of influence that encompasses a large portion of the world. This is where players are doing activities and killing monsters and questing and all that. Everything that you would do in an MMORPG is being done and being collected by the node and advancing in stages.
Okay.
And that's done in the ZOI. You as a player can lay this plot down as a freehold, and you can build up a house. You can build up farms. You can build up industry and windmills, and you can create your professions. Oh, I think there's there a baby deer pet in there?
I think there's a little baby deer.
There's a baby deer. Nice. I like I like the little baby deer. Basically, this freehold allows you to participate in the artisan class. It allows you to have a home that you can customize. It allows you to really do a lot of different things.
Now, if you take a look at there, the freehold is actually pretty sizable. It's intended to fit multiple buildings, and that's kind of the idea behind it, is that you can take this little plot of land and build it out however you want to. You could make it farming based. You could make it, ironworking based. You could be, just have an inn here with your little house and maybe a
Right.
kitchen and some
You
stables.
can do some cooking, and you can feed people who visit your freehold with that food, and that food could give them a benefit in the area around them as they're XPing or doing quests and stuff.
Right, and so the idea is basically to give you not just a house, right? The house has been done, a house is very nice, but we want to give you an actual space to build out, more, and to give your space and identity in and of itself. And now he's going over to a different
What is this
type
one?
of freehold.
Oh, yeah.
Well, same freehold, different types of buildings.
Yes. Oh, okay. So again, there's a lot of different customization for the buildings that you can have, and those buildings have different applications, obviously, on your land. Tristan, where are you at? Take us over to that furnace. Yeah. Take us to the furnace. Are there any little deers here? No? Oh, that's sad. So you could be a smelter who processes ore that's gathered by a gatherer, and then you can sell that processed ore to an item creator in order to create some cool sword. But the freehold basically is a place where you get to identify as and your role in the game and a lot of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and on these freeholds, you don't even necessarily need to build a house. You could make it completely industry-based.
Yes.
You could make it completely agriculture-based. You could just build a really awesome, huge home that fits in this entire
Don't
area.
worry, Throthy.
So again, lots
Keep
of
up
options,
the questions
some
and
really
stuff,
cool
guys.
stuff that I think we're doing.
Whatever you
And
guys
this is
want to
all,
know.
for those of you who are joining us the first time, this is all pre-alpha gameplay in client right now.
Yeah, we're actually playing this live, so
That is true. Tristan, give us a little jump. Can you do a little jump? Okay, there you go. Very nice. So yeah, that's a little bit of our in-game footage.
All right. All right, that was the Predator, which is the Ranger Rogue, or the Rogue Ranger archetype. Shadow Guardian, which is a rogue tank. None of the tank augments are in there yet. Shadow Lord, which is a rogue summoner. That summoner arguments we've already read before. Yeah. That's the rogue done there, guys. Alright, let's see what's going on with Ranger. Oh my god. Woo! We got skills here, guys. We got skills. Look at this. Bow's combo. Target an enemy and use your bow to strike with 2 arrows, dealing damage and powering up your focus with this weapon attack. Rank 2, prepare 4 arrows. Rank 3, prepared shot works on all arrow attacks. Flame line. Shoot an arrow that leaves behind a trail of flames. Rank 2, arrow explodes once it hits its target. Rank 3, enemies take burning damage for entering the flames. Fleeting shot. Retreating shot rolls backwards and does damage. So kind of a roll backward shoot. Okay. Rank 2 increases the max range. And rank 3, the skill breaks crowd control. It breaks CC. Cool. Hail of arrows, which looks like it is your ultimate. If your focus is at 80%, use this skill to summon a template and launch multiple arrows within the template. So, arrow rain. There you go. Rank 2 adds movement slow effects in that area. And rank 3 adds damage over time to targets in the area. You have a jump. It's a dash, just a dash with cooldown. Cooldown is replaced by charges with individual cooldown. And rank 3, each time you dash, It drops a bear trap at the location the ranger dashed from. Cool. That kind of reminds me of Diablo. It's like dodge roll for the demon hunter has an augment to drop a trap every time you do it. I like that. Knockback shot. Knocks a target back X distance. Rank 2 adds damage. Rank 3 adds knockdown. So not only knocks it back, but knocks it down. Cool. So light armor, passive. Increases armor given by light armor. Rank 2 further increases that armor. And rank 3, each piece of light armor increases damage. Okay. Marked arrow. Target an enemy to use the skill, causing that enemy to take additional physical damage. Rank 2, enemy takes additional magic damage. And rank 3 increases the duration of this debuff. Power shot. Use the skill to charge up a shot that fires forward in a line, damaging all enemies it touches in a line. Rank 2 gives it a chance to cause a bleed over time. And rank 3 splits into a fan of arrows. So does a cone. But does the same effects of kills all in that line and that cone and gives them a chance to bleed. Radius increases based on hold duration. Range passive. Reduces minimum range of all abilities. Rank 2 increases the max range of all abilities. Rank 3 increases the crit chance. This effect has a cooldown. Slice. This is a cone melee attack. Rank 2, this becomes a 360-degree melee attack. And rank 3, it adds a bleed effect to that attack. Like that. That's very Legolas of them. Yes, man, it's looking like Bo is going to have a minimum range, which I totally am for. Because apparently in the base ranger class, they have their melee. They have a melee attack. And it looks pretty good. I like it. Snare. Foot pin roots target in place. Okay. So yes. It says it right here where they have a slice ability, which is a cone melee attack. Then at rank 2, it becomes a 360-degree melee attack. Then at rank 3, that becomes it adds a bleed effect to that melee attack. So yes, their base ranger class looks very much Legolas, which I'm all for that. That's cool. Snare looks like it's targeting feet. The roots them in place. Rank 2 adds a bleed. I need to do a little bit more research. I heard that they are not wanting to do auto attacks. And by that, I mean attacks that just automatically happen without you having to press button or anything like World of Warcraft. Like World of Warcraft auto attacks, I don't think they want that. And that's just because that they're going with a lot more in the realm of but they're not giving like any cooldown stuff on this yet. Again, remember this is all pre-alpha right now. Even these names are just placeholder names and stuff like that for right now. If I remember right, there is a GCD. But for the life of me, I can't remember how long it is. I would assume that it'll have a little bit of a cooldown on it. Sniper's Eye. Summon a zone around you. While within the zone, deal 200% damage for all attacks. As I have anything on the other two ranks of that skill yet. Sprint. Increases movement speed using an ability in Sprint. I think it's going to be hard to stick to them. Most because the Ranger also has their jump, what they're calling their jump cooldown right now. Skill cooldown is basically a dash. And rank 2, instead of having one cooldown of it, it has multiple charges with an individual cooldown. So that makes me feel like it's going to have the mobility of like Demon Hunter and WoW. Which if you play Demon Hunter and WoW, you know how mobile that class is. And how hard it is to stick on them. And they have a Sprint. Rank 2 has increased resistance to disable abilities. I assume like Snare, Stun, all of that. Sprint clears cloud control when sprint starts and removes silence. This is if you choose Ranger as your primary, you have all of these. So far, I mean, these skills can change from alpha to beta to the actual game. But all these skills right here are the Ranger primary skills. And then those skills will augment and change completely based on your secondary class. From Bard, Summoner, you could choose Ranger again. Which I don't even know what they would augment on that. That's cool. I haven't even touched that. I haven't even thought about that. But Ranger Mage, Ranger Rogue, Ranger Tank, Ranger Cleric, and Ranger Fighter. I mean, it's going to be cool. I like it. So, track. Use the skill to show nearby tracks leading to unknown adventures. I am very interested to see what happens when you double up on a class. Very, very interested. Trap. Place a bear trap under the caster, which holds them in place and does damage. Also holds targets in place and does damage. Rank 2, trap stun instead of root. And then rank 3, you can place 2 traps. Another thing that's going to make them hard to keep on a Ranger is that your rank 3 of your dash drops a bear trap at the location of the Ranger where he dashed from. Yeah. Ranger is the chat under the caster that holds them in place and does damage. Also holds targets in place and does damage. Who would have thought? What's up, buddy? Here a little bit, promise, okay? So let's look at this. Huh? Not more Dr. Pepper. Go rinse it out and get some more water. Okay? Oh, let's understand this is a wiki and stuff, and people could have been tired and been like, type it all in. I got you, buddy. Let's see. A character may equip up to 2 hand weapons and also wear a ranged weapon on their back. Characters performing ranged abilities will switch to the ranged weapon and then switch back to the melee weapon and shield or 2-handed melee weapon. The weapon held in each hand slot determines the active weapon ability. Is every weapon's a hunter weapon? Okay, what it says here. Do I want my main hand to be my ranged weapon, or do I want my main hand to be my melee weapon? With regards to skill usage, for example, with the ranger, if you have a ranged skill, it'll swap automatically regardless of what your main weapon hand is. But for the combat ability, for the quote-unquote auto attack feature, it would be your chosen weapon. Alright, Steven, I need you to... No matter what, you have some action combat stuff available. So, when I'm clicking and doing like just my basic attack with my action combat stuff, if it's a ranged weapon as my main hand, my attacks will be ranged. If I have a melee weapon in my main hand, then even with a ranger, those auto attacks would be melee. That's I hate saying auto attacks in that sense, since they're not doing auto attacks like WoW, and they're doing auto attacks like auto attacks are in BDO, and that's a more active thing. That's what I'm getting out of it. Yeah, I hear you there. Rangers are going to have a minimum distance requirement where they are eligible to use their ranged weapons, while melee characters have a max distance proximity where they're eligible to use their sword and melee weapons. Rangers are going to have a minimum distance requirement. And they have a list of ranged weapons. Bows, crossbows, fire frost. Let's look at some of this stuff here. Let me get some bow stuff here. We're gonna get some artwork here. Just a little bit of artwork. Wait, potion launcher. I like that art style. I really do. I really like those colors on the bow. Look really, really good. Okay, so that was bows. Here's crossbows. Let's see what this fire frost stuff is. It almost looks like a grenade launcher of sorts. That is so weird. That's cool. Yeah, it just says that it fires like some type of potion. It's like a potion launcher type thing. It is not finalized if the potion launcher will be in Ashes of Creation. Okay. Now they're just kind of building that up still. Oh. Let me go back to the Ranger and let's see on the other classes here. I think that was it. I was getting that, and then I was getting the artwork. Okay. So let's go with the Bow Singer, which is the Ranger and Bard. Again. Same ones we went through. No bard arguments are listed yet. The Falconer, which is a ranger summoner. Looks like he's summoning birds. I went through this already. Nothing new on that. Did they have anything that goes with the Ranger? Nope. What about the Scion, which is the Ranger Mage? All of that's the same. And then when it talks about the Mage augments, it just says that there's the 4 schools for the Mage, which you'll be able to choose for teleportation, fire, frost, and lightning. Now the Scout is the Ranger Rogue. And nothing on that. Sentinel, which is the Ranger Tank. Dude, the tank skills too were just so awesome. And it literally says, like, on the tank wiki page, that's a quote, all tank classes will be viable in upper tier raids. And this is the soul bow, which is the ranger and cleric. Dude, I am entirely hopeful for that. They haven't given me a reason not to be. Strider. I think that's funny because the when I think of Strider, oh yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see how they come up with the balance to that. Immediately when I think of Strider, I think Lord of the Rings, which was when Fellowship of the Ring, when they first met Aragorn, he went by the name Strider. So that's automatically what my mind goes to there. All right, nothing there either. Yep, Marvel vs. Capcom. So Mage. Let's see what else they have in here. Oh, dude, am I? What? Oh, we got some videos and shit, bro. I agree with there, Ninja Tank. I really need to see some of the in-game armor. Alright, we have some mage skills here, guys. So first up is the after image. Summon shadows of yourself to confuse your enemies, granting you momentary invulnerability. Lasts 4 seconds. Mirror image. Evasion buff. Okay. Then rank 2 increases that invasion buff. Then rank 3 bonus damage while buff is active. This one is Arc Lightning. Launch a bolt of lightning in a forward line, damaging all within its path. Rank 2 adds damage over time to targets hit. And rank 3 chains to nearby enemies that are not hit. Anyone who is outside the line has a chance to get a bolt, to have a bolt jump to them. Okay. Black Hole. Pulls all enemies to a point picked by the caster after a short delay. Rank 2 snares targets after the pull. Rank 3, the black hole explodes at the end of the pull duration, dealing damage. Okay. Blink, it's your teleport. Cloth armor passive increases armor given by cloth armor. Further increases armor given by cloth armor. Bonus mana for each piece of cloth armor. Okay. Elemental passive Increases to elemental damage. The more the mage changes their element type, the more damage is done. It's interesting. I like that thought, but I do like the thought that they're like, hey, you can wear whatever armor you want, but look what cloth armor does for mage, or look what heavy armor does for tanks. I do like that. Increases to elemental damage. The more the mage changes their element type, the more damage is done. Force field. Eats mana based on flight, height, and duration. What? I'm actually not getting that. You say that, but there is a mage tank and there is a rogue tank, and they say specifically on there that there will be evasion tanks. It's not personally a problem to me if I see a mage in heavy armor or if I see a tank in leather or cloth. Gift of the mage. I grant a portion of the mage's mana to friendly character. Okay. I don't know. I don't have an issue with it at all, really. Ice prison. Target an enemy and summon a prison of ice around them, paralyzing them. Rank 2 adds damage over time, and rank 3 snares the target after the root breaks. Ice sheet creates an area where enemies are knocked down. Rank 2 snares 2 to the targets in the area, and rank 3 increases the size and duration. Implosion. Launch a powerful burst of fire, a fireball, against a single target. Rank 2 becomes a damage over time, and rank 3 has an area effect around that one target. A lot of them have been. I agree with you there. But there's a lot of damage over time stuff. It's been bleeds, it's been burns, it's been shocks. But I do see your point in that. I think it's just because it's so early at the moment. And I know that they want to do increased ranks on each skill. Mage's Detection. Reveals secret passages and magically hidden terrain around you. Casts light and reveals magical explosive hazards. Ooh. Portal. Create a portal under the caster and place a second portal in the location picked by the caster. Portal will only work for a certain number of players, may be able to be used offensively. Rank 2 increases the range. Rank 3, using portal reduces threat and clears targets. Okay. Prismatic beam. Channels a beam attack toward a target, does more damage the longer the ability is held down. Rank 2, guess what? It's damage over time after channel. And rank 3, enemies between caster and target, or damages enemies between caster and target. So,
Hey, listen!
hey, Toxic Cape, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Oop, Quake. Here is the ultimate ability. If your focus is at 80%, cast a spell to split the earth itself before you, launching a line of AoE damage. Rank 2 is knocking down those hit by your arcane might. Rank 3 reduces focus costs and cooldown for the skill. Safe space. Targeted party member can be yourself is removed from combat for duration. They are sent to some extra dimensional location. Banished target gets extra mana when banished is rank 2. Rank 3 is the reduced cooldown. Then here's your basic combo. Target an enemy and use your magic missiles from your spellbook to strike with multiple blows, dealing damage and powering up your focus with this weapon attack. So it's your kind of basic attack thing for clicking, I assume. Tentacles. Hentai. Creates an area effect around the caster that roots targets. Yeah, so what rank 2 does, it adds damage over time to targets and increases range. And rank 3 increases duration. So, this is something that hasn't been talked about. There will be elements such as air, fire, water, earth. Everything was fine until the Fire Nation attacked. Each with their own resistances. Other elemental influences may include darkness, light, and planar. It's planar, but planar. The mage archetype offers 4 elemental schools as augments to a player's primary skills. Elements may have more influence in certain seasons and environments. For example, frost abilities may be stronger in winter. This affects both PvE and PvP. There may be ley lines in strong magical places in the world that change or alter the way spells work. I like skills interacting with the environment. I don't know. I have to think on that and see how I feel about that. Spellbooks are a type of ranged weapon in Ashes of Creation. I think you have a more powerful, like, ice blast in a winter biome. It's interesting. It's an interesting thought. See what comes of it. Alright, let's go Acolyte, which is Mage and Cleric. Nothing that I haven't already gone over. Arc Wizard, the Mage. Yeah, I agree with you on there. I think like minor, either small minor like spell effects, increase in damage or something like that, or just a small like cosmetic difference. Or it might not even be damage, like maybe like a slight increase in like a stun or a CC effect or something like that. Doesn't have to be damage. I can see multiple ways they could go with that. No fighter augments listed yet. Shadowcaster, Mage, and Rogue. No augments there. Sorcerer, Mage, and Bard. No augments there. Spell Hunter, Mage, and Ranger. Alright. Spellstone, Mage, Tank. And there? Nope. Not there yet. And the Warlock, which is the Mage Summoner. Nothing else I haven't already gone over. Alright, that is Mage. Tank, Summoner, Roger. Tank, Summoner, Rogue, Ranger, Mage. Now let's get on to Fighter. I hear where you're coming from. Well, they have one skill, which is the one skill they've talked about in Fighter in videos, which is the rush. Sad face. Or it sounds like someone who knows exactly what they want to be. One skill to rule them all. Only rush. Rush only. No defense. Only rush. Dude, what do I do on this boss? Rush. Rush them all. PvP. What do I have? I have my one button rotation. Just call me classic mage. It's rush. Rush meta. Alright, let's start this with the fighter, the weapon master. Literally nothing there. I think it's focused on damage, way I'm looking at it, because they have tank as a separate thing. I kind of hear you though. Alright, nothing there that I haven't gone over. Shadow Blade, the rogue fighter. They have one that's named Paladin that they do tank cleric. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're right there. Do the hunter, which is the fighter ranger. I believe the final answer right now is how many high sword fighter cleric, how many classes there actually are, which if you include all the subclasses it's 64. I believe it's 8 times 8. Dreadnought fighter tank. And no. What about Blade Dancer, fighter bard? Nope. And Blade Caller, fighter summoner. Nope, nothing I haven't already gone over. No videos or nothing on the fighter, man. All right. We're at the cleric. Please, Lee, like actual summon blades. Hey guys, I think we actually have like cleric skills.
Day 27 in my travels across Vera, and I've come across a band of highway brigands who invited me to join them. Of course I declined, and now I shall dispatch them.
You mean every other player? I should name my characters Highway Brigand 1, Highway Brigand 2, Highway Brigand 3. Alright, before we take a look at that, we're going to take a look at these skills here. Not that many. What's up? We'll have stuff in here in a minute. Can you come over here? You want to come over here? What? Yeah, because I love you. What are you doing? Here. Wow. You want to come up here? Yeah? Ugh. You want to watch this stuff with me? Alright, let me move my cord and stuff out of your way. Wow. Alright, banish. We have teleport target a distance away from the caster. Rank 2 is decrease hate threat from those enemies and increase the distance. 6-year-old and he's gonna be right into it. He already plays Zelda Breath of the Wild right now. Don't you? You're playing your Zelda game, huh? Wanna say hi?
Hi.
Snare 2 enemies that are banished. Port them away, and then they're slowed. Benediction is a chain heal. Castigation is a whip. Huh. Like a magical whip weapon. Cleanse. Use this skill to cleanse an area of harmful environmental effects. Devotion. 2 projectiles that seek target heal. That's a quick hot. You mean it's a quick hot? That means nothing to me. Divine Censure, which is that spear thing we saw in the video. Divine Form. If your focus is at 80%, use this skill to increase heals and damage of your skills by 25% for 8 seconds. Applies an AoE heal over time. To friends and damage over time to enemies. Pulse AoE heal in damage around the caster. Hey, you asked for more than damage over time, and you got it. Heal over time. It's a quick hot. It's a quick heal over time. I was like, what do you mean it's a quick hot? Don't talk about me like that. Reduces hate for the caster on enemies hit by the pulse. Enemies targeting the caster lose target. And increases effectiveness of all heals while cast in this form. Gets them hot and bothered. Endow life. Resurrect target if they are dead. Prevents death if they are alive. Resurrected players don't return to life at 100% health. Resurrected players don't return to life at 100% health or mana values. Rank 2 increases the duration of death prevention. Rank 3 resurrects target at 100% hit points and mana points. Exorcism. 2 beams from hands to target. Hollowed ground, energy ball into ground. Judgment. Hammer. That's all they say is hammer. Cool. Life bolt. Deal damage to enemy based on caster's missing health. It is hammer time. Rank 2 adds an area effect. Rank 3 slows enemies hit by the blast. Life's balance. Balance the life percentage of all party members to the average percentage of health. That's a cool way to kind of do healing, like AoE healing. Reduce cooldown, and rank 3 adds a heal over time on everyone. Hey, it's a rank 3, not a rank 2. Lifeline. Chain heal to friendly targets. Rank 2, add damage to enemy in any range of that final group member healed. Heal and damage increases based on the number of allies that will be hit by the ability. Stacks up to 4 or 5 times. Careful, don't kick. What? Yeah, udon. Yeah. I love you. See, mana pool increases mana pool. Further increases mana pool. Every nth cast is free. Mana well. Gain X mana per pulse. X must be either percentage based or based on weapon damage. Rank 2 is bonus health per pulse. Rank 3 is allies in the well get a physical and magical defense buff. I'm just seeing it within the pulse. So, medium armor passive. Clerics, medium armor. Okay. So, they said cloth armor, they said leather armor. Now this is medium armor. And they've said heavy armor. So are they considering like medium armor like splint mail and chain mail and that? And like half plate? That is a good question. I'm pretty sure they probably will. The way that I think they're going, it's looked like there will be cloth, leather, medium, and heavy. And shields. What are you doing? Okay, increases armor given by medium armor. Further increases armor. If medium armor worn in all slots gives a balance of health and mana less than the health given. So less mana, more health. Gotcha. Proximity chain stun. Chains enemies to a center point. If enemies leave the proximity of the point, the chain breaks and they are stunned. Chain is only applied when the ability is cast. Enemies that are chained take extra damage from all incoming sources. In rank 3, allies in range when chain is cast gain extra health from heals. Resurrection. It's a resurrection. What else do you need to know? Righteous Blessing. Delivers a spot heal. Heals over time is rank 2. And rank 3 is damage over time to adjacent enemies. Soul Paralysis. Stop. Channel a lockdown of a single target. Both you and the enemy are held in place. Increase resistances to being disabled. Caster takes reduced damage while channeling. Staff combo. Target an enemy and use your staff to strike with multiple blows, dealing damage and powering up your focus with this weapon attack. Stolen Blessing. Drop a totem to damage enemies within range. Takes damage on targets in range of the AoE. Provides that damage done as heals to allies in range of the totem. And slow movement of enemies in the AoE range of the totem. Hey. Look at the armor. Look at that armor. That's cool, don't it? Does that look cool? The armor. Hey, look at that. Look at that armor. Not bad for pre-alpha armor. Look at that. Ooh. It looks cool. I like that concept. Capey cape cape. That's a tank. That's a tanky guy right there. Look at that tank. It says tank. Tank right there. Tanky, tanky, tank, tank. There's that. Alright. That's still that. Alright, let's start these. The cleric. The Templar, which is the cleric fighter. All of these we already know, and no fighter augments on that. Let's see. The shaman. The cleric summoner. Nothing I haven't already gone over. Shadow Disciple. Cleric Rogue.
What does that mean?
Just on some of them. It's been very little on the augments and stuff right now. What was that?
What does that mean?
What mean?
Can you just read?
When I said the Shadow Disciple,
Yeah.
it's a mix of a cleric and a rogue. I'm seeing what they have on augments. And what do you mean exactly by info augments? Because I've seen a lot of info on them, they just don't have them written down on here. Like, what do you want to know? Talking to the other guy over here. And Scryer, which is the cleric bard. I don't think on any specific class combos yet, because they still have yet to... Yeah. Even in their early alpha footage, they don't have all the base classes in. So I don't think they're going to get into like a lot of the really awesome augment stuff until after they have all the base classes in there and working. Because a lot of these base classes, they didn't have like the skills and stuff for. Here, at least here on the wiki, they didn't. So, all right, Oracle, which is the cleric mage. Probably just gonna go over the schools again. Yep. And then the Apostle, which is the cleric tank.
Can I go and play this out again?
Yeah, if you want to. Yeah. Just you want that in your face?
No.
No. Okay. All right, and none on the augments either. Let's see if they have anything on the High Priest. Nope. Okay, now we're at the Bard. I'm really interested to see. They're not going to have anything on there, are they? Not much. We'll see. See what they have in the Bard. Truly a force multiplier. The Bard weaves songs of glory and conquest. I'm interested to see the Bard as a support class and see if they do it as well as Final Fantasy XIV. Because Final Fantasy XIV Bard is one of the funnest classes I've ever played. As a support class, I was never bored. Nor did I actually feel like a support class. And Bards in Final Fantasy XIV are much needed in any raid comp. They are as important as DPS, if not more important. Bards are a support role. Yeah, Bards are intended to amplify a party or raids. Look, I don't need you pointing fingers at what Bards are and not. I just know I want them to do Bards right here, alright? Bards are cool. The application isn't just intended for DPS, but also for support, for healing, for taking damage, for movement. Bards have often been portrayed as a musical class. While they can be that, many Bard applications may exist in just telling a story. Just a little salty? You sure, just a little bit? Telling a story is going to be a thematic component of how the bard interacts with the party, and that story is going to enhance players' abilities to perform. Very similar in a way to buffing up a party, but you are not going to see him as a buff bot that you might have experienced in previous games. They are only good for their buffs, and where they're only good for the buffs, and then you kick them out of the party. And they sit in the corner and come back in 30 minutes. Those buffs are going to be related to how they perform. Okay. Bards have engaging combat abilities, not just buffs. Bards will have a wide range of abilities to choose from, such as wordsmithing, acting, and musical aspects. Bards may be able to play musical instruments such as flutes and bagpipes. Bards will offer proximity-based or proc-based healing to a much lesser degree than clerics. Bards will not be the downtime class. This is a role of social spaces within nodes. Okay. Bards will have utility outside of combat like all other classes. Restoring rested XP will not be a bard utility. Grimmer Nazi confirmed. Love it. In other games, bards tend to be a relatively passive kind of way of playing, and that's really not the direction we want to go with it. We want every class to be fun to play. We want every class to be viable. We want you to feel like you are doing something, that your moment-to-moment gameplay is fun. So a lot of that kind of stuff is going to be based on combos, on reactive interactions between your party members and the mob that you're fighting, or the player character that you're fighting. There's going to be a lot of movement from the front lines to the back lines to kind of help out and make sure that everybody is supported in the way that you're doing it, and that you're also being active in what you're doing. You're not just sitting in the back passively playing a lute and not having any fun. Bards can choose to activate buffs that augment tanking, evasion, DPS, and healing abilities in their proximity. Some buffs are related to how the bard performs in combat. If a bard lands a skill shot against a target, allies within a certain range might be granted a temporary buff that relates to the skill that the bard used. Okay. Now, I haven't heard anything on these secondary classes and stuff, so let's see what they got. Nothing there. I need like some type of picture or nothing. Soul Weaver. Nope. Song Caller. Bard Summoner. It's the sound of music. Song Warden. A Bard Ranger. A Siren. A Bard Tank. A Minstrel. A Bard. A Bard. A Bard. And a Magician. A Bard Mage. I haven't gone over before. Bird. Bird. that goes all of that. What? Well, we're both gonna have dessert here in a few minutes, okay? Yep. Which we'll probably only be going through this in another 15 minutes or so, guys. I am all about Rogue right now. I don't know if I want to... Actually, I don't know if I want to do Ranger first or do Rogue as my primary.
Hey, listen!
But I do know that I want to do that combo. I want to do either Ranger Rogue or Rogue Ranger. $64 classes. Primary schools class abilities are based on a player's archetype. Your personalized second archetype. Each secondary archetype offers 4 different schools of augmentation. Each augment school affects a primary archetype skills in different ways. Each augmentation has a level requirement and number of skill points required to activate it. Choosing the same primary and secondary archetype increases focus on that archetype. Oh, hello, Raid. I don't talk much about politics. You won't ever hear me talk much about politics here. I don't like bringing that shit up. Mostly because there's so much of a divide against it. If you really want to know, I'm very left-leaning. Don't like Trump. And it's got nothing to do with decisions he's made. Those definitely haven't helped. I didn't like him from the beginning, basically upon a moral ground of, you look at his past, how he's treated people, and you could call it reality TV or whatever the fuck you want to call it, but he has not acted at all for decades how a president is supposed to act. And that's all I'm going to say about it. If you ever want to DM me and talk about politics, I'll sure talk about politics then, but that is not something I'll ever bring up in stream. So, Thoughts of Cape, I appreciate the question. Appreciate you in chat and everything. But for now on, please do not bring politics up in chat. Please. Thank you. Well, just focus on the archetype. Augments to primary skills will fundamentally change the way that the ability works. Oh yeah, and there's plenty of people around that are quite happy with it, but I don't see how they can be. Just using the same primary and secondary, change focus on the archetype. Augments to primary skills will fundamentally change the way the ability works, adapting what the ability once did to incorporate the identity of the secondary archetype. Okay. The progression system for augments is very similar to the class progression system. Changing the augmentations of your skills will require you to go to an NPC of a village node or higher. Players receive skill points as they level. These can be used to level up skills within their active, passive, or combat skill trees. It seems to change to augment. All augments, it seems each secondary archetype offers 4 different schools of augmentation. So you're going to have differences between like all your Argents. That's what I'm getting out of this. This is your primary. It's your secondary. It's saying each secondary offers 4 different schools of augmentation. So if you're a tank and you choose Bard, you'll have 4 different schools of augmentation to choose from. If you choose Tank Cleric, you'll have 4 different augmentation things to choose from. Tank Fighter, blah, blah, blah. Okay. That's what I'm reading here. It will not be possible to max all levels in a skill tree. In terms of skill progression, players can choose to go wide and get a number of different abilities, or go deep into a few specific abilities. If from the 8 archetypes, whatever you choose from as your secondary, you're going to receive a choice of augments that relate to some sort of core ideal of that class. You know, like a tank is about controlling the battlefield, is about surviving. The mage is about dealing damage and elements and abilities and AoEs. The rogue is going to be about stealth and critical damage. So those augments are going to play towards those identities. Okay.
Hey, listen.
Hey. Thank you for the follow. And another thing that they said is that the primary archetype that you choose will not be changed. You cannot change it. You are stuck there. The secondary archetype of a class may be changed, but not on the fly. Oh, here I can actually show you guys. I use Spotify and I do stream beats, so I can actually show you guys. So right now I got stream beats, synthwave. I do also have lo-fi, and I have EDM. It's all stream beats. It's all made by Harris Heller. And he keeps everything copyright free. So, little plug in for him and his stuff. And thank you, Wacky Racer, for the follow. So, secondary archetype can be changed. Tightlines, thank you for the subscription, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I really do appreciate that. And not on the fly. This may be done through a quest system. Okay. Players will likely need to speak to an NPC in a village node or above to enable them to change their secondary archetype and skill augments. The secondary class choice, which comes after some time getting used to the world of Vera, will be more fluid. If you choose the fighter and rogue to make a shadow blade, but eventually you want to try your hand at summoning to make the blade color, you'll be able to do so. No, but if you find out that you don't like the main focus on rogue, you can change that secondary to any of the other classes, which is nice.
Hey, listen.
Class trials, no. And hey, Ninja Tank, look at this. There will not be a class trial system in Ashes of Creation. They haven't given much, they haven't given hardly any information on what happens when you double up yet. Remember, this is still pre-alpha. Even in the game build that they have out right now, they don't have all the main classes out yet. So I'm still waiting to see what information comes from that when they talk about if I choose rogue, which I believe is the assassination class, what that means as far as my skills go. So we'll see how that goes. Player's choice of race will influence their racial abilities. Not sure I entirely agree with that. No. They've only been choosing in between, you have your primary and then you have your secondary choice. And that secondary choice will give you an augment of 4 different augmentations to choose that are centered around core ideas of that class. We'll see. I know the guy's been talking a lot about Lineage 2, but I know he's not wanting to copy stuff verbatim from it. Each race will have different base stats. Okay. Races are not gender locked or class locked, so every class could be every race. Some classes may work better with certain races, but nothing is enforced. WoW does that same thing where WoW Classic had Dwarf Priest had Fear Ward, and if you weren't a Dwarf Priest, you were an idiot. Or you just really like dwarves. Yes, you can be the Dwarf Assassin. I'm sure they will be very minor. Stat growth proceeds in the following order. The race seeds a player base stats. The primary archetype grows the base stats. The secondary archetype does not contribute to stat growth. Okay. Different races have different stat competitions. Those stats can be important, but we also don't want them to dictate any kind of meta for what classes are best used with different races. Choice of profession does not affect the player's stats. Gear has approximately a 40 to 50% influence on a player's overall power in the game. I'm liking the sounds of this. I really am. That seems like in the right direction. I agree with you, Ninja Tank. There's no stopping that, and I don't think they intend to stop that. They just want to minimize it as much as they can. That's what I think. I don't think they should ever go with the fact of trying to limit that. Just try to minimize that as much as they can. And yeah, totally agree with you. There's going to be a meta build for every class. There's going to be. That just happens with every MMO because that's how humans work, man. You can't stop that. We want the least resistive path to what I want. And what I want is to stabby stab everyone. Alright? If I pick Rogue, I want to stabby stab everyone and they can't stab me back. Alright? And I'm going to choose the best race to do that. You can't stop me. It's going to happen. Now, they can minimize that as much as they want to. But don't try to bar your way against that, please. Yep, totally agree. Totally agree with both of you. Uh, 8/16/40. If I remember, it starts at 8-player groups. 40 is max as far as world stuff goes, and then in sieges, I believe they're still doing 100v100 on sieges, but I think the max on groups, even in that aspect, is still 40. We'll see when we get down there. We all know that it goes on the trinity of tank, DPS, and support healer roles. Weapons and armor, range weapons, shields, two-handed weapons. We like to really refer to ourselves as a PvX game because in those systems of PvP and PvP, crafting, they're all intertwined. They're independent of each other. Dwarfs as well, Tatsucape. And there's two sub races to every race. So there's two different human races, there's two different elf races, two different of the underground guys, two different of the dwarves, and I believe two different of the orcs. That's just gonna be something we're gonna have to figure out as far as that goes. But yes, they're doing the trinity of having tank, heals, DPS. Our system of development really requires some independence there between those things. You're going to need a crafter to give you the best items. You're going to need PvPers to secure cities and castles. You're going to need PvEers to take down those world bosses for those materials to craft. I really like the intertwining of everything. So the secondary archetypes are not even going to come out until Alpha 2. They have the portion of player housings there, portions of the crafting. So raids, guilds, combats, dungeons. Let's go into here. Da 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 da. Looking, tell me about the group sizes here. Party size of 8 players for a single group. Raids will have 40-man groups. Content will be tailored for 40, 16, and 8. Arenas will have 1-man, 3-man, 5-man, and possibly 20-man free-for-all death matches. Castle sieges are expected to have a minimum of 250 by 250 players, with the possibility of trying to increase this to 500 to 500. I mean, ESO has done really well with their open world dungeons. I think Instance, they're really wanting to make the world a big part of, or the most major part of the MMO besides the player. And I think Instance dungeons take away from that, personally. ESO, I'd have to look at that. I don't know about the open PvP with ESO. But remember, they have their corruption system that greatly gives players a disadvantage if they're just trying to kill random people that aren't trying to fight back. Remember that, Ninja. We do have the corruption system there. Let's go over that player corruption stuff. when you put in between that, you have the corruption system, which is supposed to stop or push people away from doing PKs that don't want to happen. And then you have bounty systems for those that are corrupted for other people to go hunt them down for not only gold but their items. I don't think that PKing dungeons is going to be a thing. And if it is, they're dumb. It's not going to be a have to worry about that every time. Because also remember how vast this world is and how much traveling you have to do to get there. And that there is no fast travel, especially to dungeons. In between some nodes, there is. What's up? Cool. If I remember right, to get XP from mobs, it is on a tag and DPS system. The group that first tags them will have will do more DPS to that than the other group. And that group, I believe, has to do at least like 60% of the DPS to take the experience at the mob. There's so much other like PvP that's going to be going on. I don't think you're going to have the hunting like the I don't think you have to worry about PvP at open world dungeons. Remember the 40... Where does it say on this? Let me see what this says. Oh, the loot. I know that they had to have talked about looting. The party leader decides the way the loot is. You either have loot master, round robin, or need before greed, or a bidding system. They're looking at a bidding system. Okay. Oh my god, I hate need greed. But they will have a master looter system as well, so that streamers can get the loot. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And this says looting rights is based on a tag DPS system. The first to obtain a tag on a mob or boss will require 40% of the total DPS to be granted looting rights. Parties who do not have the first tag will be required to do more than approximately 60% of the total DPS to qualify for looting rights. Well, they might have, like, they might actually limit party size and that stuff. We don't know yet. We don't know how they are going to try and balance it. Well, right now, you have only... Right now, other than raids and sieges, your party size is only 8. They're not saying that there can be 30 people in the dungeon, though. We don't know. They haven't said. They may have an idea for that already. They just haven't said or anything yet. You may be taking it in too literally. Also, remember how far these dungeons and stuff are away from civilizations. And what it takes to actually go to that dungeon. um, as traveling is going to be a big thing. I cannot say. They don't have any information on here on it right now. And I haven't seen them tackle those questions yet. Doesn't mean that they haven't, I just haven't seen it. Content will be tailored for 40, 16, and 8 group person sizes. When I read that, the competition is going to be within the server. You gotta understand, you're gonna have competition within nodes, and then between nodes, and then competition between guilds. There's gonna be competitions everywhere, even between the social groups as well, the bounty hunters, the mercenaries, and stuff like that. Yeah. And you're going to need to siege other nodes to have access to other dungeons. I'm not seeing any. You'd have to ask around in the cities. And that's going to happen with the caravan system and how the economy is going to work. I don't know on leaderboards. As far as achievements, there's going to be like great achievements, like being the mayor of a town, leveling that town to the highest possible bit, and being the leader of that node will give you rights to one of the very few flying mounts in the game. The way that the caravan works is you have caravans that go out of the city every so often, and you put your stuff in that caravan, and it can hold multiple people's stuff. So you start talking to people, be like, hey, are you putting stuff in this caravan? I'm going to put my stuff, or you want to, let's protect each other's stuff and stuff like that. And maybe that person has a group of friends with them. That's how the mercenary stuff. The mercenary stuff that I've heard has been like another social group that they're putting in the game, which is kind of like guilds, but it's in-game stuff, and they give you quests like, hey, protect a caravan, protect 3 caravans this week, or stuff like that. And then you'll have like the Thieves Guild that's like, attack 3 caravans this week. So that is what I've heard. Oh, look. Achievements. Leaderboards. There will be world and server first achievements. There will be leaderboards. There you go. Yeah, Mercenaries Guild, Thief Guilds, and I know there's a third one that's like has to do with scholars and stuff. Those are in-game like social groups you can be in on top of like player-made guilds. And then you'll have player-made guilds that are like, hey, we're a mercenary group for hire. And that's just based off reputation then at that point. There may be visible items on a character that relate to titles and achievements. Certain titles will unlock special abilities or stats during sieges and events. Like the mayor, the priest, the patron, guild leader, chief bounty hunter. Ooh, like that. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I mean, plenty of people build reputations in all MMOs, man. And they built reputations before YouTube and content creators and streaming were a thing. So, yeah, I think it doesn't matter how big this is. You can build a reputation. Especially around like a central node that's like central to a race's spawn location. Let's see.
Listen!
Thank you for the follow, man. There was a few guilds in Guild Wars and Guild Wars, and that followed into Guild Wars 2 that had reputations when I was playing them. And that was still didn't hear about it on YouTube or anything like that. You heard about it through trade chat and shit. Yeah, definitely Final Fantasy 14. I didn't keep track of ESO a lot, so he's saying there's reputation, that people gaining reputation in there, and being known throughout the guild doesn't surprise me at all. I know Final Fantasy 14 has does have leaderboards as well, and that's achievement leaderboard stuff like that is a great way to make a name for yourself. If you're the mayor of a node, everyone's gonna know. Oh no. It's in there. Did you turn it around? It's okay. Hey, why don't you go get your PJs on real quick? Probably here in just a few minutes, guys. I'll probably have to go ahead and call it. I gotta go ahead and put son to bed and everything. What's up? No, we're trying to move in your bed. It's okay. Don't blame me for stuff. I was trying to see if they have anything on. Just seeing the naval combat. Yeah. I assume a lot of it's gonna be the siege stuff, and then just testing the waters out with the caravan stuff, I believe. That hasn't been touched on at all that I know of. I think you're gonna need everyone when it comes to like the big like sieges, either castle or node sieges. I think you're just gonna have to have everyone like on deck on those. I'm sure there will be. Lower level characters will have usefulness in mass combat that does not depend on their level, such as manning siege weapons, helping repair fortifications, bringing proximity-based buffs to key positions, using stealth or scaling walls. These types of things are irrelevant to the tide of battle, but do not require the player to be max level or have high combat stats. There you go. They are thinking about it. They are giving us options. Not really. If you have siege weapons available, that's definitely not sitting on the side and watching. I don't agree with that. I think you'll have plenty of things to do when you're not max level. And if you think that the entire team, other team's going to be max level, you're joking yourself there. More so because every other MMO's doing the same thing that's not this. The only other one that I know that's doing like Siege or server versus server like Warfare is Guild Wars 2 at the moment. That I've played and have experience in. The social organizations. Here we go. Scholars Academy, Thieves Guild, Traders Company. And in that they're not going to the same amount of detail as Ashes is trying to go to as far as Siege stuff goes. On the World vs. World stuff, they didn't give you like battlements or anything like that. They just placed you in a map. And that's it. I'm sure they'll think of that. But I think at this point, guys, I'm going to go ahead and call it for right now. I need to go ahead and put my son to bed and stuff and spend some time for him before he goes to bed. and everything. For one, thank you. No problem, man. And I love doing this. This Ashes of Creation, once it's popped up and I was able to get a little bit of playtime on it and everything, I've enjoyed diving into this. I haven't had an MMO grab me like this, and I haven't been in a position to kind of look at an MMO from day one for a long time. And it feels really nice. I really like it. And that content's kind of been booming not only here on Twitch, but on YouTube as well, which has been awesome. So, thanks everyone for coming in. Tightlines, thank you for the sub, man. I really do appreciate that. Thanks everyone for the follows. Be sure, keep in touch with me. Right now, the Fridays are right now kind of my go-to at the moment. I will try and do a YouTube video or two throughout the week. Usually try to stick around the Ashes content for right now. If everyone else wants to see something, let me know. Other than the Ashes content, I do a tabletop RPG campaign every Friday. I stream it, and then later on in the week, give me a few days, especially with work, give me a few days. I'll put that in a YouTube video for episodic content on the YouTube channel as well. But I will catch you all later. Thank everyone for showing up, and everyone have a wonderful night. Have a wonderful weekend, guys. Hope to see everyone else back here right around the same time on next Friday. I'll talk to you guys later.